Hello. Welcome to the stream. Early Saturday. Dude, last night I went to bed and I was like, man, it would be really cool if I got up early enough on Saturday that I could take care of some errands and then actually play quite a bit in Umineko. And ended up being, spoiler alert, I'm going to play Disco Elysium also today here for a bit since I didn't play much last night because of other scheduling conflicts. But no music intro for the stream today because we're going to get right into it. And I was too lazy to pick a song, which is just how it is sometimes. Let's see. Umineko no naku koroni. Rondo of the witch and reasoning. I have such bad eyesight. I had to make sure I read that correctly. So we'll sit down here. I've got a nice glass of water perched far away from me, so I have to lean quite far away from the mic every time I want to drink. I'm not sick. I'm not sniffling during today. So that's a bonus for the stream, for the part. And yeah, we'll just kind of chill. I don't know what the split on hours is going to be, this versus Disco Elysium, but I would say I definitely want to play this for hopefully a bit here. Until I play for like an hour and a half and my brain starts losing focus, and then I'm like, oh, I should probably switch games. Which is always bound to happen here on this stream. So, that's just, but of course, if you've watched any other stream, potentially, that's, not new news. I mean, the stream last night was really awkward, because I was like, I sat down at the top of the stream, I was like, alright, let's play Disco Elysium for quite some time. I was like, at least 2 hours. And then, like, 30 minutes in, I realized I had to do something last night, and that had to be, like, completed before the end of last night. And I was, like, awkwardly just like, alright, well, I must get off. So, yeah, that's my bad. Let's recall what happened last stream, of this game. Since I recalled what happened to actual last stream of Disco Elysium last night. So the kids went and fucked off. They seem to just be taking this as just like, hey, this is a vacation for us. We don't really have to worry about it. I think they look at their parents and are like, man, I don't believe the kids are completely oblivious to the tension and the stress their parents are facing when they go through this what seems to be annual trip. I can't remember exactly. I know Battler hadn't been here in what, like 6 years, but then I think everyone else comes like once a year to this thing, or maybe it was twice a year. I don't know. I feel like it was once a year, but then I feel like at some point someone said, I don't know. But what seems to be around one time a year, they do have this family reunion gathering type thing. They know their fathers, the adults' fathers, health is deteriorating, in which obviously his wealth then assumingly would get passed down to one of them. And so the kids started fucking off, and they're like, let's go to the beach, I think was the last thing they were gonna do. And then the adults gathered, and they're like, hey, the three of the younger of the four cornered the oldest, Kraus, who I assume is destined, since he's the firstborn, to get to decide how it gets split up, or is in charge of breaking it up, however you want to put it. But then the three of them cornered him and was like, hey, we're pretty sure you've already been embezzling his funds for your disastrous business dealings. And then he was like, oh no, you've got me. And they're like, here's our strict things you have to do, and we will overlook your potential. We'll basically give you an out on you embezzling funds previously. And he was like, oh, that sounds good, but also Uno reversed card. we started getting to the point where he basically was like, I'm pretty sure he's going to have dirt on every one of them. We ended basically on, obviously I'm bad with names, but I mean, we'll load it in here and I'll find the name. I'll find this name yet. I'll find this name yet. It's really loud in my own ears. I just got blasted by this guy's voice. Let me go to system. So he went to him and was like to Eva's husband, which is interesting. I didn't even, well, did I piece this together? He didn't go and dig up dirt on necessarily her, but to him and his business thing. Well, whatever the case. Not to his own sister, but got dirt on him, basically like, hey, I'm aware that you have, you're losing your company, basically, due to, putting it public and losing your shares, and you want a ton of money immediately so that you can buy back your stocks so that you don't lose your business. And he's like, Nani? How'd you know? Something along those lines. And I think the way this is set up, I would not be surprised if he has other dirt on these others, potentially. So that's basically where I think we're at. So I hope you liked my recap. Like, comment, subscribe. Alright, I'll monitor audio as we go through this. Remove the mouse off the screen because that's obnoxious. And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? What's this all about? Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money. Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Uh-oh. 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 What kind of trouble could that possibly be? That's no good. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights. But with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Though, rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, not this again, he wanted a lot of money right now. I always think of like the J.G. Wentworth song whenever this line, I mean, we've seen this line now twice. Is this, it's like a catchphrase. What if the writer had this phrase like trademarked, is in multiple games? I mean, I can only assume that it's being bolded like that because it's supposed to be like the concluding thought of like, oh, Krauss here has actually figured out, you know, this unifying thought that these people just want large sums of money at this immediate moment so that they're not like financially ruined. So it's just, I think, supposed to be a unifying thing, but it's just very funny the way it's being presented. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly. Ning. Jesus. That's none of your business, Krasny-san. Rose uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Krauss watched, she let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now! Ellipses, exclamation point. In other words, situation had been reversed. See? Me calling it Uno reverse? 100% accurate. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Krauss would be in. Krauss was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Achilles. I'm broken in that anytime I read the word Achilles, I will always think of that Wheel of Fortune clip where the guy had to like pronounce Achilles in the puzzle that he solved. I think he had spelled everything, and then he just had to say Achilles, and then like he mispronounced it, and then Pat Sajak was like, "No, you fucked up. You don't win the puzzle." And then everyone laughed at the kid. I think it was like like they had college students or something. But like, I don't know. I don't want to get on a tangent here, but you shouldn't have to pronounce words in Wheel of Fortune. To me, that's not part of the games. Pat, Vanna, the fuck? You just put the letters up there. It should be an auto win if you've solved every letter. Whatever. Umineko. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first. Krauss's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up the charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor.
おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。
Oh? Wait. I do believe you said that I have no influence. Aw, damn. That's such a biting line. Just be like, oh, wait a second. I can't help you. You said I was useless.
それではどうにもならんね。
Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you. Okay, he did like a wheezing there at the beginning. Krause's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings, who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago, could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
Eva!
Eva!
冗談じゃないわ。
Don't make me laugh.
兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。
As if I'd ever put myself in your debt.
冗談じゃない。
Don't make me laugh.
冗談じゃない。
Don't make me laugh. I...
クラウス兄さんを頼
Oh.
った
It's not I.
らどう助けてくれるの。
If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us?
言ったではないか。
I told you, didn't I?
私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。
All I can do is find other sponsors for you.
もちろん、利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Such an evil laugh. Damn you.
足元見やがって。
Taking advantage of us.
あなた、
Honey,
落ち着いて。
please calm down.
落ち着いてるぜ。俺は極めて冷静だぜ。
I am calm. I'm extremely cool.
クソったりが。
You bastard. Carrie grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. If there's one thing I know, is that when you're losing your cool against your siblings, you should also act very cold and biting towards your own wife. That is a good thing to do. Krause laughed, as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。
In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find father's hidden gold.
そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが。
Also, I don't know if I had said this before. I know I had said I appreciated some of the outfits in this game that some of the characters are wearing. I think Kyrie's like suit and tie and then like black and purple is a good combo. I'm a big fan. If you do, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now.
残念残念残念至極。
I already made the J.G. Wentworth reference, but really, they should. It's their money and they need it now. They should call J.G. Wentworth. I was thinking there was something I was watching earlier this week that had reference to J.G. Wentworth, maybe the jingle or whatever. And I was thinking about it. I am almost 30 years old. I have no idea what J.G. Wentworth actually does. And it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, oh, I'm too afraid to ask. Because, like, it seems like a real adult thing to know. Like, the lines in the song say something about structured annuities. I have a something settlement and I need cash now. I have no idea what they're actually wanting or what J.G. Wentworth's services actually are. I assume it's just, like, if you're hard up on money and you have, like, things that, like, only, like, 70-year-olds have at this point, maybe. But definitely no one my age has, then like you just get like a loan or something. I don't even but I can't tell if I'm in the wrong for not knowing exactly what they do. Or if that's just a sign of the fucked up economic situation us millennials are in. Am I right, millennials? Whatever. I don't know. I assume if I never have to call JG Wentworth, I'm fine. There's also that thing. JG Wentworth, I don't think you call if you're having an A-okay time in life. JG Wentworth seems like you call them if you're struggling, maybe. So maybe I'm in the good. Maybe I'm clear. Just a random JG Wentworth thought on a Saturday. How sad, how sad, how very sad.
非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。
How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad.
今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら、親父殿の隠し黄金を
Tonight, let us all drink together.
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。
As we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold. Damn, he is now holding their desperation. He's like, you guys better solve this potentially bogus riddle thing so that we can get your money that you so desperately need. He's like harnessing their desperation to solve this thing. I like it.
仲良し兄弟が4人揃えばきっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
If we four friendly siblings work together, there's surely no puzzle we can't solve. Fade to black. Can we go back to the kids? Honestly, they're probably having a fun time. Even if Badler needs to, like, be weird, I'm fine with following that. For just a moment. Alright, we're back with Kinzo. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they've attached? Well...
クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずにその分け前としてエヴァ様、ルドルフ様、ローザ様に計75億円を支払うこと。
Cannon's the servant, the boy, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so Cannon is... Or, I don't think it's pronounced Cannon. I think it's like Canon... Man, we've been over this when we were introduced earlier. Whatever. He's getting back to Kinzo here. He's like a spy. Spy servant. Well, whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares.
ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
However, 10% of that will be paid before March. It's like a sickly laugh. Kraus, you dunce. To think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes?
はい。
Yes.
クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お3人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパされました。
I love getting this wrapped up to me. I just experienced this moment. Kraus-sama exposed the fact that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get money. Therefore, more than anything else, they needed a large amount of money right now. Or something like that. You know how, like, people have, like, live, laugh, love hung up somewhere in their house or apartment? I'm just gonna have that therefore phrase hung up somewhere. Therefore, More than anything else, I need a large amount of money right now.
その程度のことは看破できるのか。
Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts?
中途半端に無能な男め。
That irresolute, incompetent man.
今はどうしている？
What are they doing now?
話は一度中断されました。
That conversation has been put on hold for the time being.
今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
Now, Beatrice Sama's epitaph is being discussed.
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
So, they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden.
はい。
Yes. Kinzo sat down his spectacles and snorted.
奇跡の成就が先か。
Will the miracle be fulfilled first?
愚か者どもが黄金を暴くのが先か。
Or will those fools expose the gold first?
実に見ものではないか。
What a show this will be!
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、その時は私のすべての敗北だ。
At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat.
我が屍を骨のひとかけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。
They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone.
愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。
The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle.
だがもし
And yet,
奇跡の成就が先だったなら、
if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first,
先だったなら、
if it comes first,
ベアトリーチェは再び蘇る。
Beatrice will be resurrected again.
私が半生をかけて追い求めたあの美少が蘇るのだ。
The smile I've been chasing half my life will be restored.
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, Beatrice!
奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやって
Can't do that to my
くる
throat.
ぞ。悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ。
Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle, and the game of demons shall begin.
私はきっと打ち勝つ。絶対に生き残る。
I will surely prove triumphant and survive.
他の奴らの命はくれてやる。
I'll let you have the lives of all those others.
富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ。
I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything.
ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ。
All I want is to see your smile. One last time. Jesus. I actually coughed. Jesus. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか？
Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see?
いえ、
No.
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ。
It is because magical power is determined by risk.
ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど、
If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great,
その危険が高まれば高まるほどに、それでもなお成就できたとき、魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を起こせるのだ。
and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds.
魔法とはつまりゲームなのだよ。
In other words, magic is a game.
優れている者が勝者になるのではない。
It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor.
勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ。
The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic.
わかるか？
Do you see?
生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな。
It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1.
お前には少し難しいか？
Is this a little difficult for you?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies. I am but a child. I am but a baby. That's fine.
つまりはこういうことだ。
It all comes down to this.
ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解いた者には私が築き上げてきた全てを与えよう。
I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph.
富、名誉、黄金、そして後ろ宮家の家督、私が築き上げてきた全てだ。
Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ishiromiya family. Everything that I have established.
その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。
My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle.
たとえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら全てを得る資格があるのだ。
Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you. Oh my god. Okay, with these last two sentences, what if this game, the story game, whatever you want to call it, the series, just turns into them trying to solve these riddles, and it's like the adults versus the kids versus the servants, and then we get like wacky 90s like freeze frame, and they're like, crazy stills of them like running around the aisle and trying to solve puzzles and shit. And then at the end of the game, on hour 30 or 130, definitely not 30, whoever solves it opens the treasure chest, and there's just a piece of paper that says there is no real gold. The gold is the stories we've had along the way. Something along those lines. Calling it now.
はい。
Yes.
ですが、
However,
僕にはあのような難しい謎は分かりかねます。
I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle, because again, I am but a child, a little baby.
無論だ。
Of course,
難解に作った。
I made it difficult,
だがお前も挑め。
but you must try to solve it as well.
それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。
That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic.
誰もが挑み、誰にも至れなかったら、その時はその時。
If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that.
だが、奇跡が集い、魔法の力が生まれたなら、その時こそ。
However, the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen.
ベアトリーチェが蘇るのだ。
Beatrice will revive.
だからお前も挑め。
That is why you must attempt it too.
誰もが挑め。
Everyone must attempt it.
そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。
And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic.
わかるな。
Do you understand?
はい。
Yes,
努力します。
I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kenon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this.
もうよい。下がれ。
Very well, leave me.
酒棚に菓子の袋があろう。
There's a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet.
ダチンに持っていくがよい。
You can take some with you as a reward.
結構です。
I'm fine.
僕は
After all,
家具ですから。
I am furniture. I shouldn't laugh at that.
家具は菓子など食わぬか。
Okay, now this line is funny. So furniture doesn't eat sweets?
道理だな。
Well, I suppose it stands to reason.
ならばもう下がれ。
In that case, leave me.
はい、
Yes,
失礼いたします。
excuse me. Cannon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of cannon locking the door. It was a door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone excepting, not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling?
ああ、源氏さん。
Ah, Kenji-san.
いや、居場所がなくなりましてな。
Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji that Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family's situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
しかし、
Still,
私には分かりませんな。
I don't understand.
どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder? Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph.
私には親方様のお考えを分かりかねます。
I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts.
深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so.
金蔵さんのチェスは昔から随分と遠大な読みで布石を打たれるものでした。
Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment.
いや、時には理解できない一手さえ。
Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand.
私ごとき凡庸では何を目論まれているのか皆目見当もつきませんな。
For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever it was he was planning.
私はこれを親方様の何かの遺言状ではないかと考えています。
Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes.
それを理解できた者に財産や家督をお譲りになられようということなのでしょう。
Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it.
つまり私のようなよそ者に解かれてしまう前に
So, you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle?
兄弟4人で協力し合って謎を解け
Before some outsider like myself solved it?
金蔵さんは息子さんたちのことを口悪く罵ってはいますがなんとか兄弟が仲を取り戻してほしいと願われているのかもしれません。
Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship. Fat chance. In my opinion, I think that's a fat chance. It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。
The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family.
南條先生はいかがですか？
What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
いやいや、この老いぼれには少々難解が過ぎますな。
No, no, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for the senile old man.
実は以前、この碑文を手帳に記しましてな。
Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down on my notebook.
夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが。
Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep.
実に難しい。
But it really is hard.
お迎えが来るまでの間、ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。
It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us.
源氏さんこそいかがですか？
What do you say, Genji-san?
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。
I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master.
黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
Gold and assets are unnecessary to me.
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。
Oh shit, you know what I really want? Okay, I don't really want this. I only sort of want this. But I want Kinzo to die, and then them saying that their furniture actually becomes real, and kind of like Beauty and the Beast, they like turn from like humans into like furniture people. But like permanently. So not like furniture with like faces and stuff. That's a little too wacky. But I need them to just literally just like animorphs into furniture. Furniture morphs. Like permanently. One of them becomes like a footrest. One of them becomes like a wardrobe. One of them becomes a grandfather clock. I'm making like, as I was saying, the objects, I was making hand movements to like represent the things. Just setting the scene here. My, you're very modest.
だからこそ、金蔵さんもあなたには心を許されるのでしょう。
I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much.
ならば、光栄なことです。
If so, I am honored. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown.
黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。
You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph on the portrait called my beloved witch Beatrice goes as follows. Okay, well, maybe I could solve the riddle right here. I've been known to solve a riddle or two in my life. Alright, here we go. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. We get the whole epitaph reading as a big old thing. Oh shit, we're going through time. Oh, it's just 3 o'clock. I was expecting it to go like so far ahead for some reason. Kid time? Kid time. Kid time? Beach. Beach episode? Beach arc? I knew it. A tale as old as time. Oh, we got new music here. Just vibe into it for a sec. A very dainty piano piece. So, on the 10th twilight, the journey ends. And you reach the... And you reach the Golden Land. You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job writing this all down. Oh. I forget a lot, so I always write things down. Mama told me to. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around, and Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down this beach. Jessica and the rest had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since it was a first for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure. Let's start with the first line. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. Where was grandfather's hometown again? I heard that before the war, the Ishiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara. Which makes you want to know which Sweetfish River flows through Odawara, right? Yeah, because that river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key. What's this river in Odawara? Does it have a sweetfish swimming in it? If you're looking for sweetfish in Odawara, it would have to be... Oh man, just all these words I'm having to try to pronounce. Hayakawa is my best guess. Is that like seagulls I hear in the background? At first I thought it was like children. I thought I heard children. And I was like, are there children outside my window? No, it's seagulls in game. It's famous for its mountain stream fishing. Ooh. I hate fish. Maria, you'll understand when you get a bit older. Bruh. Okay, I'm sure that was lick, lick, lick. I think that was like an automatopoeia type of situation. Lick, 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 salty roasted sweet fish. Yummy. Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again. Shall I bring you a biscuit?
What?
Huh? That's not what I meant. Don't mind it. Shan-chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that since she's a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on a conversation with people close to her age. When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer. So normally, the only person close to her in age was Jessica. Yeah, can imagine that might be pretty dull.
さて、小田原で愛の川って言えば早川だってことは分かった。
Stray rounds fired at Jessica. Okay, so I get that the Sweetfish-filled river near Otawara is Hayakawa.
となりゃ下るしかねえよな。
In that case, we gotta go down to it.
早川を下ると何があるんだろうな。
Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River? Me saying that wrong over and over again.
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
If you follow it downstream, you'll arrive at the ocean.
そうさ、河口部に出る。
Of course, you'd reach the mouth of the river.
そして碑文の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。
And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down it, you will see a village.
ちなみにそういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。
By the way, since long ago, the mouths of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there.
ここが次のチェックポイントだな。
That'd be the next checkpoint.
なかなかいい筋だね。
That's a very basic theory. What are you talking about, George? That's a pretty good theory.
バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えたことだよ。
Says the most elementary thing. Ah, you're using your brain. Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient times.
小田原城があるところだね。
That's where Otawara Castle is.
修学旅行で小田原城に行った気がします。
Ah, I think I might have gone to Otawara Castle on a field trip once.
素敵なお城でしたよ。
It really was a wonderful castle.
ああ、私も小田原城だったぜ。
Yeah, I also went there.
洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
Even though I live in a Western style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with the Japanese layout. Ooh!
マリアお城退屈。
Castles are boring.
遊園地がいい。
Theme parks are better. Ooh!
そうかそうか。よしよ
Thanks.
し。
Thanks, Maria, for your input. I see, I see. Okay.
黄金を見つけたらこのバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。
If we find the gold, the great battler Sama will generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play in it.
しかし
Still?
小田原城とはな。
Still, Otawara Castle, huh?
小田原城の隠し黄金。
The hidden gold of Otawara Castle.
お
Oh!
こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな。
It's actually starting to sound pretty good.
まあ、2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。
Well, we figured out that much 2 years ago.
小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里。
The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Otawara?
そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところまでは私たちも行き着いたさ。
We figured it was probably somewhere near Otawara Castle.
問題は次の行だろ。
The problem is the next line.
さて、バトラの鎮水理はどこまで行けるか見ものだぜ。
Okay, let's see where Battler's strange reasoning can take him. Jessica grinned broadly. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself. Fuck
4
Jessica.
行目。
The fourth line.
その里にて二人が口にし岸を探れ。
In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of.
二人ってのが何のことかわからねえが、とにかく岸だな。
I don't know what it means by the two. But anyway, the shore.
で岸ってなんだよ。
What does it mean by the shore? No. Wait.
岸って名前がつく地名でもあるのかな。
Is there any place near there with shore or kishi in its name?
蘇我岸という地名が小田原にあるんだそうですよ。
I've heard there's a place called Sogakishi in Otawara. Otawara?
What?
Otawara? Odawara. Awara. Just start defaulting to my, every time I get to a word I don't want to pronounce wrong, I'll just go brrr. Huh?
おお、
Wow.
詳しいな。
You sure know a lot about it.
ってことはなんだよ。
That could mean, what could that mean?
シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな。
Shannon-chan, are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too?
となりゃ、俺たちはライバルだぜ。
That makes us rivals.
別に黄金なんて興味は。
It's not like I'm interested in gold.
ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
It's just that George Salma told me about it before.
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。
That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago.
わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
We even went to the trouble of laying out a map and looking it up.
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな。
It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara.
そこには確かに曽我岸という地名があるよ。
We definitely found a place called Sogakishi there.
でもそこからがわからないんだ。
However, after that, we get stuck.
次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない。
The fifth line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that place.
マリアちゃん、読んでくれるかい？
Maria-chan, could you read it for us? Ooh!
そこに黄金鏡への
There sleeps the
鍵が
key to the
眠る。
Golden Land. Ooh!
読めた。
I could read it.
曽我岸ったって広いだろうし、かつてそこに後宮家の家があったわけでもない。
Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ishiromiya family.
その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されててノーヒントってんじゃ。こいつはお手上げってわけだぜ。
Not much we can do to find a key in such a vast area without any hints.
確かにな。
You're right.
鍵が手に入らないことには
And with,
その先の行に進めないぜ。
and without the key, we can't advance to the next line.
ジョージ兄貴、曽我岸ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
Georgianiki, what kind of place is Sogakishi?
さあね。
Let's see.
行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。
I've never been there, so I don't really know. But according to the map, it's in the mountains.
確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama.
なんだかパッとしねえな。
Something doesn't feel right.
宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとはまるもんじゃねえのかよ。
You'd expect a riddle pointing the way to hidden gold to be a bit more exact.
どうも曽我岸ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
That's why I think I think they're just all getting played. If I had to really put any money on it, I think there's a certain level of people being played right now by Kinzo. Or by someone. I get the feeling that even the part about Sogakishi was a mistake.
私は曽我岸を疑ってるぜ。
Well, I think it could be Sogakishi.
私たちが知らないだけで、例えばじいさまの子供時代を過ごした家とかがあるかもしれないだろ。
It could be talking about some house that grandfather lived in when he was a kid that we don't know about.
一行目に懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。
After all, the first line mentioned his beloved hometown.
シャノンはじいさまによく酒とか継がされてたろ。
Shannon, you've served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right?
昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
Hasn't he ever talked to you about his past?
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。
The master almost never speaks of the past.
ただ、後宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常に人事のように話されることがありましたので。
However, he talks of the Great Kanto earthquake as though it was someone else's story.
関東地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area?
後宮本家は 小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったろうね。
The Ishiromiya family may have been living in Odawara, but not all of the branch families were.
おじい様はよく自分のことを分家も分家、後継ぎに最も縁遠かった。
Grandfather often called himself part of a branch family. Grandfather often called himself part of a branch. Okay.
と言われるくらいだからね。
The least connected to the successor.
ってことはつまり
And that means
懐かしき故郷ってのがすでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
the beloved hometown might not even be Odawara at all?
じい様の故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。
I've never heard anything about grandfather's hometown,
聞いても素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
and I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked.
懐かしき故郷というのが後宮家のルーツを指さないのであれば、小田原説は初めから間違ってることになっちゃうね。
If the so-called beloved hometown is referring to the Ishiromiya family's roots, then the Odawara theory is wrong from the beginning.
もちろん蘇我騎士の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども、
Of course, this doesn't completely remove the possibility that it was Soga Kishi.
例えば幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later.
おお、
Ooh,
さっきから何の話かわかんない。
I don't understand what you're all talking about.
おお、
Ooh. Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom.
つまりだな。
So basically,
黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには
if we can't
何
even
も始まらないってことだぜ。
if we can't even agree on the starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck. But
いや
wait,
待てよ。
but wait.
最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ。
After the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key, right?
鍵なんてなくても扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。
Even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door.
とりあえず最初の5行をすっ飛ばしてその先の推理に入ってもいいんじゃねえか。
Can't we just skip the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest?
おお、
Oh,
その発想はなかったぜ。
I hadn't thought of that.
まあいいや、どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。
Oh well, we're just wasting time anyway.
続きを聞かせろよ、バトラの推理。
Let's hear the rest of Battler's reasoning.
でもその先からは急に物騒になるんですよね。
But in the next part, it gets dark really fast. Shan-chan frowned slightly, after looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there. Yeah, I was forced to agree.
第1の番に鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよう。
On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
いきなり物騒になるな。
Sure does get horrible quickly.
第2の番には寄り添う2人を引き裂けときたもんだ。
On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the 2 who are close.
恋仲を破談させるのか。
Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship?
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
Or does it mean to literally tear them apart?
わかりかねるけど、どっちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting.
その第2の番の解釈を別にしても、第1の番に6人。
Even if we set that second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first twilight,
第4の番から第8の番までで5人。
then 5 people for the 4th through 8th twilights.
少なく見積もっても11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
So at least 11 people must be sacrificed. Ooh!
ベアトリーチェが蘇るための生贄。
They're sacrificed to revive Beatrice!
なるほど。魔女復活のための生贄か。
I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch.
そういう解釈にもなるな。
Yeah, that's what it would mean.
その結果、第9の番に魔女が蘇って、
Near the end, the witch will be revived on the 9th twilight.
最後は極めつけだな。
That last part is guaranteed.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
結局はみんな死んでしまいます。
So everyone will die in the end.
それでようやく次の第10の番にゴールってことになってんな。
And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal line.
みんな死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われても困ったもんだぜ。
Not sure how you're supposed to reach the golden land if everyone's dead by then.
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
Depending how you interpret it, the traveler who holds the key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part.
しかしよ、最後のところには面白いことが書いてあるぜ。
But at the end, there's something pretty interesting.
ゴールした後、
After reaching the goal,
魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。
the witch gives out 4 treasures.
一つは全ての黄金。
One shall be all the gold.
問題は次だ。
The problem is the next one.
全ての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。
It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right?
みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died in the earlier lines?
それを言われれば次の失った愛すらも蘇らせるという部分は
If you put it like that, then the part about reviving lost love
第2の番の寄り添いし2人を引き裂けにかけているようにも見えますね。
might refer to the pair torn apart on the second twilight.
そうだね。
That's right.
そして4つ目も第9の番にかけてある。
And the fourth one refers to the 9th twilight.
第9の番に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
The fourth treasure is putting the witch revived on the 9th twilight to sleep.
好意的に解釈すりゃ
If we put a happy spin on all this,
死んだり別れさせたりと忙しいが最後には全部チャラになるわけだな。
it'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place. But it'll all be made right in the end.
目覚めた魔女も再び
Surely,
手元には
nothing wrong will
黄金
happen.
だけが残るって寸法だぜ。
The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except with a huge pile of gold.
死んだり蘇らせたり別れさせたりくっつかせたりと魔女様はお忙しいこったね。
The witch must be The witch must be pretty busy. What with all the killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people.
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
Not to mention waking up and sleeping. I'm such a funny person.
やれやれ。せっかくの隠し黄金の話も魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
Sheesh. Just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting, it all gets pretty dubious once the witch starts showing up.
違いないな。
Too true. I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry. Ooh.
魔女はすごい。
The witch is incredible.
魔法で何でもできる。
She can do anything with magic.
殺すことも
Even kill.
生き返らせることも
Even bring back to life.
愛を与えることも奪うことも
Even give love. Even take it.
空も飛べるし姿を透明にできるし黄金もパンも生み出せる。
She can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make gold and bread out of nothing. Ooh. Ooh. Noises.
いけね。
Dang.
悪い悪い冗談だよ。
My bad. We were just joking. Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. You can't just keep telling Maria that you are joking. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening to some other pages, tried to prove that the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down. And flowers that produce sweets would bud by the roadside. Hey, what's up? Am I enjoying this game? Yeah. I think I'm still technically in what a lot of people would say is the slow part of it, like the slow exposition beginning part. I found some of the setup to be kind of interesting, and I'm expecting, and I've been told from a friend of mine who is currently playing and a bit ahead of me, that it does start paying off. But I'm pretty sure I'm still in that slow kind of like building up and setting up the building up of the dominoes, the setting up of the dominoes, if you will, before we knock them all down, I assume. But I don't think it's been bad. It's just been a story so far, and I find, if anything, the dynamics between the characters is the most interesting thing so far, so. Especially the adults. Because I can't relate to my siblings treating each other like shit. Or can I? No, I can't. I should stress. I'm not saying. It's not. That would bud by the roadside. Okay, I think I read that already. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give richness to her dull and plain everyday life. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. That's why she didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches. Because the witch named Beatrice is Maria's dream.
Maria-chanにとっては、これは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて。
I mean, you have what seems to be like a simple-minded kid. I'm almost 100% confident Maria is going to be an important factor to something. Something along the lines of like, she is a witch herself somehow. She has some ability. She's going to be crucial to figuring out the riddle. There's something, you know, if we talk about like tropes in stories like this, and you have like a bunch of older kids, and then you have the one young girl who has trouble speaking, and then it's like, oh, she's going to be critical to this somehow. She's the important domino. To Maria-chan, the epitaph isn't a guide to the hidden gold,
魔女を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
but magic to revive the witch. So it was a single link between Maria and the witch. I almost said Twitch. Maria was very angry and clung to Georgianiki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't seem willing to be easily consoled. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth.
Maria-sama, ご存知ですか?
Maria-sama, did you know?
私たち使用人の間では、ベアトリーチ様の怪談が語り継がれているんですよ。
There's a ghost story about Beatrice that has been passed down amongst the servants. Ooh?
そうだったっけ?
Yeah, that's right.
シャドン、聞かせてやるよ。
Shannon, tell us about it.
私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
Drinking water. I don't really know, but it's apparently pretty famous among the servants.
何の話だ?
What is this?
怪談?
A ghost story?
。
Yes.
僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。
It seems it's a story from before we were born.
母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
I also heard about it from my mother.
はい。
Yes.
この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。
It has been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction.
当時の使用人たちはお屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいるとささやき合っていたそうです。
The servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night. The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
When people do the rounds a second time to check doors, windows, and locks that were supposedly closed, they'd find some of them left open.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり、
Lights that were supposed to be off were turned on,
つけたはずの明かりが消えていたり、
and lights that were supposed to be on went out.
置いたはずのものがなくなっていたり。
Yep, that's ghost activity. Get Zach Baggins on the case. That's his name? Things left lying around would disappear,
置いた覚えのないものが置かれていたり。
and things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there.
そういうことがあるたびに、古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を消してお屋敷を訪れ、いたずらをしていったのだろうとささやき合ったそうです。
When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion, invisible, and was playing pranks. Ghost. Ooh! See, she exists. Beatrice exists.
ああ、いるよな。
Yeah, she exists.
私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Long ago, it was always right before leaving for school that I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff. Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh ooh, as though this was final proof of the witch's existence. If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around.
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の見回りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
Kennen-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。
And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight.
私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとささやき合ってるんですよ。
I think I've made mention of this before, but not like it's a huge knock against this, but in several points where they've kept the same music looping throughout certain sections, it's like a very weird like this piano ballad thing that's playing right now. Not really what I would probably pair with them talking about a ghost story and shit, but it's just the music track that's decided to loop during this section. I mean, this beginning part to it, I think it just looped again, but this beginning part, sure, maybe it's a little mystical sounding, but then it's just starts banging on the keys and you're whatever. We whispered together that the Beatrice Sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion.
ずいぶん前ですが、
It happened a while ago.
私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
But even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories.
ひゅー。
Ooh,
そりゃ怖えな。
that's scary.
怯えることはないんですよ。
But there's nothing to be afraid of.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。
Beatrice Sama is another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master.
だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
ただし、敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい。
Correct.
私が勤めを始める直前に 階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方は
I've heard that just before I began working here.
ベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama took a tumble. Fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. Ooh.
バトラとジェシカ、きっとお怒りに触れる。
Anger will definitely be brought down on Battler and Jessica. Ooh, fuck them, she says.
悪かったぜ。
I'm sorry.
お怒りに触れちゃたまるね。
I don't want her anger brought down upon me.
謝るよ、マリア。
I apologize, Maria.
もちろん、魔女様にも謝るぜ。
Of course, I also apologize to the witch.
ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。よそ者のザレ事と思って勘弁してやってください。
I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense.
私も謝るぜ。
I'll apologize as well.
ベアトリーチェ様、
I'm
ごめん
sorry.
なさい。
I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama.
これで魔女様、私たちを許してくれるかな？
Will the witch be able to forgive us now?
わ
Ooh,
かんない。
don't know.
魔女は気まぐれだから許してくれるときは許してくれるし、許さないときは許さない。
Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to and don't when they don't. Ooh.
それは困ったね。
Nice non-committal answer. That's no good.
マリアちゃん、バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにするいいおまじないとかないかな。
Maria-chan, isn't there some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Battler-kun and Jessica-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath?
何か魔除けとかさ。
Maybe something that can block against magic? By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Good guy, George. Once again, I've got to admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but there also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they'd come from a book on black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with a black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through that bag's contents. There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there. After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. It was all a little humorous, just like when Doraemon... Excuse me? Doraemon took out the wrong tool. Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for. With a face that was unimaginably cheery, when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now, she held those out to Jessica and me. Ooh! I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary with a scorpion-themed medal attached. Haven't you ever seen those cheap Zodiac-themed accessories? The kind you might win in a crane game at an arcade? It really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, the fact that there were two of them made them feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making it pretty hard to think of them as magical items.
これを私とバトラに？
You're giving these to me and Badler? Ooh!
このお守りならベアタリーチェも大丈夫。
With these charms, you don't even need to worry about Beatrice.
サソリは魔除けの力があるから。
Because scorpions have the power to ward off magic.
そうなのか？
Huh? Really?
サソリにそんな力がねえ。
Didn't know scorpions could do that.
バトラが信じない。
Badler doesn't believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'd said it too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again and smacked me with it, pointing out various pages as she went on and on about how the scorpion had such incredibly holy power that had been used in magic repelling magic circles since ancient times. Ancient man. I'm telling you, I think this happened last night. I am unable to read the word ancient without thinking, ancient man. The brain is broken.
他の使用人の子から聞いたことがあります。
I've heard about that from some of the other young servants.
サソリって魔術では魔除けのシンボルとして描かれることもあるんだとか。
Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic repelling symbol in sorcery.
へえ、そうなのか。
Huh? Really?
サソリは
Ooh.
悪い魔法や最悪から守ってくれる。
The scorpion protects against bad magic and calamity.
そしてエメラルドは心に平和をもたらしてくれる。
And emerald brings peace to the heart.
だから二重で効果がある。
Therefore, its effects are twofold. Ooh.
本当だ。
It's true.
サソリがエメラルドを抱いて守ってるね。
The scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects it.
なるほど。これはご利益がありそうだよ。
Yes, that certainly does sound like it would work well. I really wanted to make fun of those worthless looking charms, but as I watched Maria explaining with all her heart and realized that she'd found them for our sakes, I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize for some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that.
そっか。
Okay.
ありがとな。
Oh, okay, thank you.
ベアトリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも、マリアのこのお守りのおかげで安心だぜ。
I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm. Which episode? Which episode? Which episode? Are you asking, like, which episode I'm on? Because if that's the question, I don't actually know the number. What would be a way to reference it? 3 o'clock? The clock showed 3 o'clock? The 3 o'clock episode. First day? First day, 3 o'clock? I think. Is that appropriate? Is that a way? It's like a question. I'm like, but I haven't been keeping track of like chapter episodes, which I theorize are broken up by when it shows the clock. Also, I'm about to sneeze. I'm gonna see if I can mute myself before I do it. Nope, it's going away. By the way, you wouldn't recommend reading every word? Why? Because that's just lengthening the already very long story? Oh, I've already committed to the bit at this point. I understand this may be your first experience with me. But I am a determined son of a gun. And I've committed to reading literally every word. Even if it takes me a theorized 150 hours. I'm in this for the long haul. Stubborn? Yeah, that's a nicer way of putting it. I am a stubborn lad. But I appreciate your concern for me. Who knows? Maybe by hour like 70 I'll change my tune. But I don't see myself changing. Plus, I had asked on the archives on YouTube. I posed the question at the very start if I shouldn't read everything. And because someone was like, hey, you know, most people don't read every word. And I was like, okay, I get this, I get the reasoning for that. But then I was like, if someone just had this on in the background, then I'm not reading the thing. It's not like an audiobook type thing. And then someone in the comments was like, you know what? I would rather you read everything. So I was like, thank you, random internet person. I'm with you. I'm with you on this. It'll take at least 400 hours. Come on. No, it's not. It cannot take 400 hours. Don't even. Come on. I saw people speed read this game in like 70 or 80 hours, right? There's no way it could be 400. I know I'm a slow ass person. But like even I cannot fathom it taking me 400 hours. But here's the thing. If it does go 400 hours, it's an extremely funny bit if I still continue through it. If anything, I should be looked upon as like just an amazing person who reads all these words. One of the longest stories known to man. I'm just saying. To me, I think it's a better experience for me reading it all, even if it's long. Because the only thing that people have said that I shouldn't read it is that it's just long. But here's the thing. I don't care. What am I going to do? Will I die in the middle of this playthrough and not see the end to it? I guess I can't rule that out. But, I mean, length isn't really an issue to me necessarily at this point. I mean, I'm just... Exactly. If anything, I'm just experiencing the best story apparently known across the internet. Savor it just that much longer. I can't remember if I read this line already. Okay, thank you. I apologize to Beatrice-sama, but even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm.
Jessica?
Right. Jessica? Don't drink water? No. No. The bot says to drink water. You must always stay hydrated in life. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Maria. Ooh. Wear it on your arm when you want your heart to be at peace. Put it in your wallet and your money won't decrease. We're rhyming here. If you hang it from a doorknob, bad things can't get in. It's a really convenient charm. 600 hours. Honestly, if I had then just like this archive of 600 hours with this game, it'll be known as the best playthrough of Umineko on the internet. It's a really convenient charm. What an incredible effect. If Maria-sama gives it her confident seal of approval, then it surely must be reliable. Shen clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer, if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about hitting gold, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked, Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, George, Niki, and Shen-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year of separation. Stark contrast to the adults. Did I just feel a drop on my forehead?
What?
Huh? I wonder. As George Niki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger. Ooh. I didn't feel a drop. Only I didn't. Ooh. Don't. I can't cut off Battler here. Don't worry, neither did I.
それに今夜になれば誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will get to feel plenty of raindrops.
そうだね。
That's right.
そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかな。
Maybe we should head back soon. Shan-chan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
Is it already time for you to return to your work?
はい、
Yes.
皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を過ごさせていただきました。
Thank you very much
ありがとうございました。
for allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all.
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。
Tell Kumasawa-san thanks for the cookies.
さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Okay, everyone, help out with the cleanup. Shan-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job. But picking up a dropped fork between the waitress has... I don't think this is written right. But picking up a... I was looking ahead. But picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up. Ooh. The trash is getting away. Ooh, ooh.
そいつは逃がさないぜ。マリアより先にいただきだ。
I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does. Ooh. I'll grab it. More of those noises.
マリア、
Maria!
靴を濡らすなよ。怒られるぜ。
Don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble. To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. What do I know about this novel? Literally nothing. I'm trying to be completely black. In the dark, I mean. Completely black. That was a weird way of trying to say that. Completely in the dark about it. All I know that it's long. It's highly rated visual novel. One of the highest, if not the highest rated visual novels out there. I know it is purely I keep saying this, it's either kinetic or non-kinetic in that there's not like branching paths or anything. It's just one straight through story, you don't choose anything. Steins Gate. Dude, I've always considered getting into Steins Gate. But then I'm like, where do I begin? And then I just quickly fall off trying to start something like that. But yeah, one of the highest rated out there. And yeah, that's about all I know about this so far, other than what I've played up to right now. To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. By the time... Oh, wind noises. Advanced tech right there. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. Probably a good time to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。
Do I know what type of visual novel it is? No, I'm mostly fully blind. Unless it's like... I assume there's a mystery to it. I mean, but that's... I've only gathered from, like, what I've played so far. That there seems to be, like, it's building up to some kind of, like, suspense or mystery. You've all helped me out a lot.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。
It looks like you're really out of time.
先に戻っていいよ。
It's okay if you head back first. Yoroshiniki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。
Genji-san's very strict about time.
定時に持ち場についてないと厳しそうだぜ。
If you don't show up where you're supposed to be at the right time, I bet you'll be pissed.
また後でね。
Trust me, you will enjoy this. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, man, when I decided a while back I was going to do this. And then when I finally, by the time I decide I'm going to, like, play or experience something on the stream and on the channel, and then, like, the time I actually enact upon it is usually, like, a few months. So, like, it was back last year around probably, like, August, October, November, when I was like, okay, I'm really going to actually set up a time to do this. And then it wasn't until, I guess I started this, what, like, beginning of, or middle February, maybe? When I was like, okay, I'm going to do this. But yeah, I was excited to do it, even though I knew it was going to be a big undertaking to do it on the channel, because, like, and I knew it was going to be a big time investment, basically, but I was like, I want to do this, and I want to do it on stream, because I was like, this is probably going to be a fun experience for all involved, and anyone who ends up deciding to try to watch it, or watch it with me, or whatever. And then I have, like I said at the top of the stream, like, I've got a friend playing alongside me, and she's a little ahead of me at this point. But it's almost like we have like this book club going with it now, where she's a little ahead of me. She's also watching as I kind of play through it too and stuff. And so she's like, oh, you know, you have like, so, you know, shit's gonna be happening. But she's not that far ahead of me, but we're also just like kind of play through at the same time. So it's been like a fun experience, even though I'm very still early on in it. But yeah, it's can't wait for Miles Edgeworth. Oh, if Miles Edgeworth appears, then we know I won't enjoy it then. No, I shouldn't say that. I actually enjoyed. I like the characters of Phoenix Wright, but I just did not have a fun time playing that game. I always gotta make that distinction. Have I checked profiles yet? Yes, I have. I did read those as those were popping up throughout the game. I am the type of person that does not like to leave, like, any possible stones unturned in, like, a game. We'll see you later. Do your best with your work. Yes. Oh, I don't have a Discord command or anything. Sorry. I'm not a big Discord guy. I technically have a Discord, but I don't use it. I have a page set up just so I can use some emotes in other Discord channels. And then, like, the only reason I use Discord at this time is, like, kind of hang out with some friends and be a part of, like, a couple to a few other random Discord channels. So, I don't have time. I truly, at this point in my life, just don't have the time, because I have to spend 1,000 hours in Umineko. So I hope you understand. The number's just going to keep increasing. Then if you'll excuse me. Oh, you just want to stream updates? I've even stopped doing those mostly on Twitter, because I just condensed my Twitter to just one thing, and I'd rather not post, like, going live updates constantly. Honestly, the best way is just going to be, I mean, I hate saying it because, like, I don't care about my numbers going up or anything, but the best one is to just follow the channel, put on the notifications if you care to, or check out the YouTube or the archive if you want to catch up on old ones or just see as those get uploaded. I will say, it might change in the near future here, because I'm about to finish Valkyria Chronicles, which I'm also playing through, and once I finish that, then that'll kind of clear up a lot of time during the week. But, I've mostly been playing Umineko during, like, the weekends. I'm really been trying to, at least as of right now, doing, like, big chunks during the weekends, because it's a little harder for me to dedicate, like, big amounts of hours during the week. But again, that might be able to change as I finish up Valkyria Chronicles. But it's a good chance, as of right now, that on Saturdays I've been playing Umineko. So if you just want to just look at the calendar and be like, oh, today's Saturday, then most likely that'll be. After making a respectful bow, Shen-chan ran towards the rose garden. Okay, let's head back to the guest house. We can watch TV or something to relax a little. Ooh! Wanna watch TV? Wanna watch TV? Ooh! Ooh. Then it's decided. Let's all head back and watch TV together. Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once television was mentioned. Kids love their TV screens. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. Oh, this is ominous looking. The winds and clouds have picked up. Storms are brewing. The wind had grown very strong and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet tonight's typhoon ruins them.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
These roses might be done in by tonight's winds.
そうだな。
You're right.
バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。
Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky.
台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
After all, they got to welcome all of you before the typhoon.
花はいつか必ず散る。
All flowers lose their petals eventually.
でも、だからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
But that means we can admire them even more when they're in bloom.
そうだな。
That's right.
マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。
Maria, burn this image into your eyes.
今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
At this moment, they're the best roses of the year.
うーん、
Ooh.
目に焼き付ける。
Burned into eyes. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she'd remembered something.
マリアのバラ、
My rose.
台風で飛ばされちゃう。
The typhoon will send it flying. Ooh. Ooh. Ugh.
ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。あの元気のないバラか？
Oh, you mean that sad-looking rose Georgianiki marked with a ribbon? Maria apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her. Deep breaths.
あれはどこだったっけな。
Where was that again?
確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
I'm sure it was somewhere around here. We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all the other roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. I feel like this rose thing, the one bad rose out of the group, is like some heavy-handed like metaphor thing that we're building up to. Whatever. I think I said that. I think I mentioned that when we first were introduced to the bad-looking rose. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate. Undulate. I love that word. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find.
ここじゃなかったかな。
Maybe it wasn't here.
少し手分けをして探してみようか。
Let's try spreading out a bit in our search.
そうだな。
Sounds good.
人海戦術で行こうぜ。
Let's go for strength in numbers.
ん？
Hmm?
なんだよマリア。
What's up, Maria? As we made to split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot.
なんだよ、どうした？
What is it? What's wrong?
マリアのバラはここなの。
My rose is here.
ここにあるの。
It's here.
でも現にないぜ。
But it's actually not, right?
この花壇の裏側だったかもな。
Maybe it was on the other side of the flower bed.
みんなで探せば早いぜ。
If we all look, we'll find it fast, okay? Ooh!
ここなの。
It's here!
マリアのバラはここなの。
My rose is here!
探して。
Look for it! Screen shake.
探して。
Look for it! Stamping her feet. Ooh! Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality, it wasn't. Even so, Maria got mad when she said we were going to search elsewhere. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria and pretend to search through that rose thicket. Ooh.
ない。
Not here. Not here. Not here. Ornery little child. Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria became increasingly irritated.
参ったな。
Oh man,
マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
Maria's really losing her temper.
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。
Sometimes Maria starts to really care about really pointless stuff.
それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
If she gets what she wants, that's okay, but
ないものは探せないしね。
you can't find something that isn't there.
困ったな。
That's not good. Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice. Mama! That sounded like... we could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came. Or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら、どうしたのみんな。
My, what happened, everyone?
何か探し物なの？
Are you looking for something?
探して。
Look for it.
ママもマリアのバラを探して。
Mama, you look for my rose too.
マリアのバラって？
Sorry, check something. Okay, your rose.
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。
We found an unhealthy rose around here and marked it.
飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。
We tied a candy wrapper around it.
しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃ、すぐ手前の目立つところに生えてたはずだぜ。
But Maria, if I remember correctly, it was growing right in front and really stood out, didn't it?
足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ、他の場所だったと思うぜ。
Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere. It must have been somewhere else.
マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか？
Maybe you remembered it wrong.
ここなの。
It is here.
ここなの。
It is here.
パトラが信じてくれない。
Battler doesn't believe. A temper tantrum being thrown here is off the charts. Ooh, ooh.
その言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの？
How many times do I have to tell you to stop saying ooh before you'll understand?
ママも探してあげるから静かにしなさい。
Mama will look for it, so stay quiet. I've never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. She might be a bit tense because of the adult situation happening before this. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being. But we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. So, it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too.
ここにはそのバラはないわよ。
The rose isn't here.
他の場所の間違いじゃない。
Did you mistake this place for somewhere else?
これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
There are so many roses around. Ooh! Ooh! That's wrong! Oh, was that a smack?
ここにあるの。
Oh. It is here!
ママも信じてくれない。
It sounded like a smacking noise, and I thought either Maria smacked Rosa or Rosa smacked Maria. I was like, oh no! Oh god! Okay, Mama doesn't believe! More noises. Jesus.
ちゃんと信じて探してるでしょ。
I already believed you and looked hard for it, didn't I?
でもないじゃない。
But it isn't here. Ooh, ooh.
でもここなの。
But it is here.
ここにあるのにないの。
It is here, but it isn't. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
じゃあ誰かが抜いちゃったんでしょ。
It's like it's there in an alternate universe or something, and Maria has like the ability to just see alternate universes. And somehow the rose has crossed over. And someone must have ripped it out.
とにかくその言
How
う
did I
のをや
read
めな
that
さ
weird?
い。
Ripped it out, I said. Anyway, stop saying ooh, ooh. She persists.
マリアのバラ抜いたの誰？抜いたの誰？
Who ripped out my rose? Who did? Give it back. Give it back. Ooh, ooh. More noises. How should I know? Stop it. Stop saying ooh, ooh. Ah, there comes the slap. I just called it a bit early. Aunt Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. Music. Somber. In that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder. Crying ooh ooh. Ooh ooh ooh. My rose. My rose. Didn't I tell you to stop that weird habit? Oh god. That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you. I mean, I don't have a child of my own, but I know the one way to get them to stop doing something, a habit of sorts, is to yell a bunch and smack them. And then they surely listen. That's the way to do it. Cut it out. Oh god, once again her palm slapped Maria's cheek. This time she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up. God, if I was anyone else in this situation, I would be so uncomfortable. If I was Battler, I'd just be like, turn away and just walk. I would just walk. I would just walk. I would simply walk. Aunt Rosa.
まあまあその小さい子供のことですし、そんなマジになんなくても。
Now, she's just a little kid, so there's no reason to get so serious. Uncomfortable laugh. I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together, but Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized that I should have stayed out of this.
ごめんね。バトラ君たちはちょっとお部屋に戻っててくれる？
I'm sorry, but could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit?
おばさんはマリアとちょっと話があるの。
I need to have a little talk with Maria. More tears. Nobody believes in my rose! Even though it was here. Ooh, ooh. Look for it. Look for it! Here! It was here! But it's not here. So you must have confused this place for somewhere else, right? I'm uncomfortable. Okay. Noises. It is here. It's definitely here. Ooh. Then it disappeared. Give it up. Why? I'm sure my downstairs neighbors, if they could hear me, are enjoying me yelling. I'm not really yelling. It's not bad. It's fine. Why did it disappear? Why? Why? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know that. So stop saying ooh, Oh no. Oh god. Aunt Rosa once again raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. It was strong enough to knock Maria over. Battler. Very, uncomfortable. Hey, Aunt Rosa?
いくら娘でも暴力はいけねっすよ。
Even if she is your daughter, violence isn't the answer. Here comes Battler as the voice of reason. I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground, crying, ooh, ooh. I knew that as an outsider, problems between parent and child were none of my business, but I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like this. Don't you think it's weird, Battler-kun? Rosa's really hung up on the noise that Maria has a habit of saying. Almost to the point where I feel like it's, again, gonna be some kind of... It's either gonna be a plot point again, or it's, like, just supposed to show that how such, like, a apparently small thing is so irritating to Rosa. Like, it makes Rosa lose her cool. So maybe it's just, like, exposing a character trait of Rosa. No, I read that. Are there any girls at your school who mutter, ooh, ooh? Well, I am in high school. But for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh, ooh is pretty cute. Cute? Saying ooh is cute? Cute? My careless words seemed to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Don't say such nonsense. Do you know how old Maria is? She's 9. She's a 4th grader. Not a kindergartner. But she still makes that sound during class. Don't you get it? Do you know what they say about this kid when they bully her? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend. Don't turn your eyes from reality and carelessly call Maria cute. Think more seriously about this kid's future. Screen shake. I don't know. Now she's just crying. I don't know how... how Rosa is seeing this and being like, oh, you're crying and still making the noises. Unreal. I told you, stop making that sound. Oh, that was another smack. Didn't I tell you to stop it? Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. Okay, this is getting to the point where Rosa needs to be restrained. She is what seemingly beating up her child, abusing. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise here. I am very against any form of corporal punishment against kids, especially from their parents. I don't think that's the right way to go about raising a kid. But this is the point where, like, they're just in a rose garden. And if I was George, hell, Jessica, Battler tried, but a very weak attempt. You need to, like, just restrain Rosa at this point. This can't keep going. It can't. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. I don't believe you, Battler. You did not try strong enough. My back hit Georgia Nikki.
昔はローザおばさんもマリアちゃんの幼児言葉の一つだくらいにしか思わなかったんだけど
A long time ago, Aunt Rose also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria-chan's baby words.
小学校の中学年になっても治らないの最近はだいぶ気にしてて
But now that it hasn't been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot.
別にどういう言葉遣いをしようと
How she
関
talk?
係ねえだろ
Oops. How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right?
そのまま社会人にはなれないよ
She'll never make it as an adult if she's like that.
だから見ていて気持ちのいい光景ではないけれど
I don't know. There's a lot of weird adults out there. I'm just saying, like, if that's the thing, it seems kind of drastic. But so, even though it isn't fun to watch,
これはおばさんたち親子の問題なんだよ。
this is a problem between parent and child. Look at this, a rare George L on the series so far. You know, George, pretty high in the rankings, I'd say, of people, of characters in this game, taking the rare L.
まあ
Well,
私もこの言葉遣いのせいでよくお袋に怒られるけどよ。
even I get chewed out by mom all the time because of how I talk. When they put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on.
バトラ君だって小さい頃悪い癖が治らなくて怒られたことがあったんじゃないかい？
Badler-kun, when you were a kid, didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix and that got you into trouble?
まあ一つや二つは。
Well, one or two.
授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
On Parents' Day once, I kept getting yelled at in front of everyone, and it was embarrassing as all hell.
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちはわかるよね。
Well then, you can understand how the two of them must feel right now.
僕たちにここにいてほしいとは思わないんじゃないかな。
I'm sure they don't want us to be here now.
ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
You understand too, don't you, Jessica-chan?
怒られてるところを誰かに見られてとは思わないぜ。
I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded.
行こう。
Let's go.
ゲストハウスへ戻ろう。
We'll return to the guest house.
そしてマリアちゃんが戻ってきたら
Then, after Miya-chan comes back,
何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげようよ。
let's welcome her as if nothing happened. Sorry, George. You know what did happen? You guys, the three of you just watched as her mom just assaulted her. In my opinion, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. So that's even worse. If I was Maria, I know I'm a 9-year-old, right? Put my mind in the body of a 9-year-old. I just watched these slightly older, like cousins. They're cousins, right? So my slightly older cousins just fucking watch as my mom just berated me. And I would feel even worse. George? Bad. Bad.
それが一番じゃないかい。
I think the mentality of like, I mean, I'm not trying to be on a soapbox here or anything, but I think the mentality of like, oh, that's a matter between a parent and a kid, I think is like problematically too old school at this point in my view. Like if I was seeing this shit in public, I would try to intervene. I don't give a shit. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. I would not let that. It's just not good. I just think there's much better ways. I think beating a habit out of a child, attempting to beat a habit out of a child, is not the play. But I digress. That's probably for the best, isn't it? We thought George Shiniki's point was probably a reasonable one. Nope. And we may have been eager to use that reasonable-sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Yeah, they just chose the easier option. Jessica and I nodded at George Shiniki, and we all left. We called towards Maria, telling her that we were going to head to the get. Why? She is currently potentially still being yelled at and hit by her mom. And you look back and you're like, hey, Maria, we'll be waiting for you. Hey, the guest house. we'll be waiting for you. This sucks. We called towards Maria, telling her that we were going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear, and we felt sort of guilty and shameless after saying it.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。
In that case, look by yourself as much as you want.
ママは知りません。
Mama doesn't care. Ooh. I'll look for it. I'll look for it by myself. Even if Mama doesn't care. Use.
勝手にしなさい。
Have it your way. Burger King. That's stupid. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure. But that wasn't Rosa's intention. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. Jesus. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while, a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place. Not until she found that poor, wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Schrodinger's rose. Even though she knew the place, and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at that place it was supposed to be and thought frantically. Maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong? Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong? While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. It's like me trying to find, where did I put my phone? It's somewhere in my apartment. I know I put it here. Just staring at the same place over and over. It's got to be here. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. But Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. Oh, it's rain. Maria, come inside. It's raining. Kenzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kenzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of rain is a sound of silence. A sound feels quieter than any silence, and makes humans remember that in the end, they are alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die. You are late, Beatrice. Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kenzo's gaze. Well then, let us begin. Let us begin our banquet of miracles. This island has now been cut off from the world. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. Oh, we're gonna be conducting some black magic. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children. 3 of their companions. 4 of my grandchildren. Me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. Big fan of the word demon's roulette. That must be a cool thing. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle. Come, devour to your heart's content. I will achieve victory over that roulette. Yes, I'll put everything on the line. First, I'll return the inheritance of the Yoshiromiya family. Accept it! Accept it. Kinzo tore the window open, ripped a golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
そしてお前が蘇った時
And, when you are resurrected,
そこにいるのは私であるだろう
surely I will be the one who stands witness.
私が最後まで生き残りお前の目覚めを見守るだろう
I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken.
さあ来たれベアトリーチェ
So come, Beatrice!
ようこそ我が宴
Welcome to my banquet.
私が生み出した全てと引き換えに私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ
Anyone who may be watching this and doesn't know me at all may think, like, by me accepting and choosing to read all of this, that I'm like some like low grade, like, was like some low grade theater kid, but I'm very much not. So I feel just as awkward it is to hear me read these lines out in a very monotone voice. It's as awkward. It's just as awkward for me. In exchange for all that I've created, show me another miracle just this once. That's a deep breath in. Oh!
Beatrice!
Beatrice! Nice. Oh. 6. 6. 6. Ghost image. Okay, I really do need to stretch my legs and go... Well, I'll wait for... Okay, box pop up. I need to stretch my legs, go to the restroom, restock water, and all that. So I'm going to throw up a BRB, probably for about just 5 minutes. I'll be back. We'll enjoy a bit more Umineko. I suggest you also get some water. Stretch your legs. Get a snack. Do whatever. I'll be right back in a while. I'll be right back in a while. Alright, legs have been stretched. Let me get back to that. Oh, hey! Okay, rain noises. Alright, we're at 6 o'clock, according to the game. 6 o'clock? 6 of the evening. 6 in the evening. PM, I believe. Though, I guess we're not necessarily told. I mean, I would assume it's 6 p.m. They're talking about, like, getting prepped for, like, dinner and stuff. Okay, here we go. A news ticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. I can't speak now. I break for 5 minutes, and then I come back and can't read. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. There we go. Okay, I understand what it's saying. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window are even more convincing. This rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment. You wish. They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day tomorrow. And even a little bad weather stops the boats from coming. Looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. Just in case, I cleared all outside business for my Monday schedule, and I'm glad I did. Wasn't he an important man? Which means, looks like we'll get to skip school Monday. Living on an island starting to sound pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you gotta take a boat to school every day, don't you? What do you do when the boat stopped running? Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing like King Kamehameha? Kamehameha? Pick a bang! Okay, if the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Usually I'm ordered to study by myself. It's not that fun with someone standing right behind you watching everything you do. During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time? And make you miss a bunch of days in a row? That does happen sometimes. Still, I'd get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day, who'd sourly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in. Did I read that right? Is it sourly? How do I do the log? Backlog. Sourly. Okay, yeah. Shatter. It is sourly. Okay. She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Badler-kun. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done. It'd actually be easier to just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. Imagine being studious like this person. Can't relate. Can't relate. After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress. When I get into college, I really just want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island.
へえ。
Ah, okay.
じゃあよ、ちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ？
By the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed?
学校に泊まるのか？
Do you spend the night at school?
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。
That actually happens a lot.
だから祈祷できない人用の宿泊所があってよ。
Because of that, they've built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on.
そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。
That's where you'd spend the night.
下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time.
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると
Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed to twice its capacity might carelessly think
船
that
の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて無責任に思っちゃうけど
commuting by boat would be pretty interesting and fun. It's very weird how they broke that up.
やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね
But it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own.
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。
You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the time.
私は島の生活なんてもうお腹いっぱいだね。
I've had enough of island life.
早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
I really want to just graduate high school and say goodbye to this island.
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。
But they're all dorm schools even for high school, right?
なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
Why'd you choose that Nijima school of all places?
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。
I've wanted to go to one of those from the beginning!
でも
Exclamation
おふくろがよ
points.
当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうんぬんってうるさくてよ。
But mom's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as a successor.
結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。
So, I ended up sticking close to home even for high school.
こんな島はごめんだぜ。
Man, I hate this island.
早く都会で生活したいよ。
I just want to go live in a city.
雨が降ろうが槍が降ろうがラフな格好でサンダルを履けば
I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky, as long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals,
5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
and can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes. Hey, dude, I can relate. Okay, so when I fly back home now to see my parents and my family back in Florida, my parents currently live technically on an island off the coast of Florida. And every time I go there, it's so inconvenient. First of all, I fly into Florida, then I have to do a long trip to the actual island. So that's already a pain in the ass. Back to and from the airport, horrible. Then you're on the island, and like if you want to get into like the main city, but like basically back to Florida, like mainland Florida, you're having to drive a lot. You have to get out of there. It sucks. It sucks. It's inconvenient. If you're fine with just living on the island and not like getting back to like civilized area, you know, if you don't have to like go. But the thing is, there's a ton of people. Well, there's a lot of like retirees that live on the island, so that's fine. But if like I know there's like families that live on the island that don't work on the island, so then they gotta like go in. And it's just like it's just a bother, dude. It's just a bother. Just a bother, man. Ha ha ha.
もう少しの辛抱だよ
Hold out just a little longer.
高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ
Just a bit more and you'll graduate high school, right?
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Though I say that, isn't that like what people, I have no idea, I've never been up north to New York or whatever, but people that live in certain like boroughs, don't they then have to like obnoxiously like travel more into the city then to get to like their work? And I've always heard horror stories, I think, of that and how obnoxious that is. Basically what I'm saying is I'm spoiled by being able to work from home, and I consider any kind of commute anything is a disaster. I can't wait a little longer. That's like Houston too. Yeah. I mean, we could just shake our fists and just be like, curse city planning and just the fact that this country just from the start, from the get-go, was very bad at developing a basic infrastructure of trying to commute and live and work in a nice, decent place. In the city, but it's spent for nothing, or you can live in the suburbs and have gross commute. Sucks. It sucks. Sucks. Okay, I can't wait a little longer. Oh. Jessica stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there weren't any interesting programs on. Oh, they're talking about the television. And we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Oh yeah, Maria, the child, never returned to them because they turned their back on her as she was being abused by her mom. I'm not surprised. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Maria, all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At the time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered.
Hi.
Yes?
お食事の準備が整いました。
The preparations for dinner are complete.
お屋敷へお越しください。
Please come to the mansion. It was Kanan-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming to the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? That old telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route.
なんとなくお腹が空いてきた頃だったしね。
Just when I was getting hungry.
行こうか。
Let's go. George and Nikki turned off the television and stood up.
俺はとっくにペコペコ。
My stomach's been growing for a while. Growling. Growing. My stomach's growing! Ah! My stomach's been growling for a while.
本家の晩餐は毎回凝ってるしな。
I just had the vision of like just a rapidly expanding stomach. Oh, that's a bad thing. No. Forget everything. I've always been a huge fan of the main family's dinners.
それにゴーダさん、子牛のステーキとか言ってなかったっけ？
And didn't Goda-san say it was half steak or something? Or half calf steak or something?
たまらねえぜ。
I can't replicate that. Ooh! I can't wait!
親族会議の日は特に豪華になるしな。
Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around.
私だって楽しみだぜ。
Even I'm looking forward to it.
行こう行こ
Let's go, let's go! As we left the room, Kanan-kun bowed silently and respectfully.
う。じゃあ行こうぜ。
Okay, let's go.
外の振りはだいぶひどいだろ
Is the rain pretty nasty out there?
はい。
What do you mean, is the rain? Look out a window! Hear it! Jessica! Hey, you don't have to ask him. Yes.
お召し物を濡らさぬよう十分ご注意ください。
Take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Kanan-kun peered into the empty room.
マリア様はいらっしゃいませんか？
Wasn't Maria-sama with you?
う。一緒じゃないぜ。
No, she's not.
ローザおばさんと一緒じゃないのかよ。
Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa? Oh no. Oh no. Maria ran away. Maria's gone. Maria the child. Sound the alarms! Rosa was lying in a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. Ah. Breath.
ありがとう。源氏さんなのね。
Thank you, Genji-san. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
起こしてしまいましたか。
Did I wake you?
失礼いたしました。
My sincere apologies.
いえ、いいの。
No, it's okay.
寝るつもりじゃなかったから。
I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place.
今は何時なの？
What time is it now? Yawn. When he was asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
It is slightly after 6 o'clock. Rose gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she'd slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep.
ありがとう。毛布は結構よ。
Thank you. I'll be fine without the blanket.
変な時間に眠っちゃダメね。
I mustn't sleep at such a strange time.
すっかり時間の感覚が狂っちゃったわ。
My sense of time has been completely thrown off.
雨、
The rain
とうとう降り出したのね。
has finally started pouring down in earnest, hasn't it? Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。
The wind's blowing hard too.
いよいよ台風なのかしら。
I wonder if the typhoon's finally here.
そのようにテレビでは申しております。
That's what they said on TV.
遅い台風だそうで、明日いっぱいはこんな調子だそうです。
The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it'll be like this all day tomorrow.
そう。
Really?
この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
So, her last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must already have passed by. From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain.
マリア。
Maria.
そうだ。マリアは？
That's right. What about Maria?
私はお見かけしておりませんが。
I have not seen her. Oh, this is ominous sounding music. Dude, you can't. Rosa can't be here and be like, oh, what about Maria? I don't know. You just assaulted your own child 2 hours ago. Why didn't you, I don't know, not done that? Like, there's a part of me. There's a part of me that's just like, honestly, I mean, I hope Maria's safe, but also karma. Like, karma. Did she not return to the guest house? Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever. Even in pouring rain. Ellipses. Exclamation point, exclamation point.
違うわ。
No.
いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこにはマリア一人。
I mean, how did Rosa, the kids left. Rosa was still there with Maria. Maria and Rosa were together. So what? Did Rosa just leave her child out there? Whatever. The cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone.
あの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。
I mean, basically, the point I'm trying to make is Rosa, whether justified or not, whether because she's stressed by outside factors or not, or stressed from the conversation the parents were having beforehand, Rosa coming up as a bad parent. So, unless someone told her to stop, she'd stay there even if it started raining spears.
傘もささずに。
Second reference to raining spears. Jessica had said raining spears earlier. Strange. Without even opening an umbrella.
私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
How could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing? Unless raining spears is just a common phrase, but I can't say like raining hard of, you know, cats and dogs. Raining spears. Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Maria! Screen shake. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the wind was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。
Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria.
まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてるなんてことはないよな。
You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you?
そうだね。
I wonder.
さすがにこの雨じゃ。
Surely she wouldn't do it in this rain.
と思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
Or at least, I wish I could believe that, but Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Ken-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、
I did
てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。
not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here.
ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap.
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
You didn't see her on her way over here?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
傘を差し、急ぎ駆け抜けたもので、そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention. If he had cut through the rose garden, taken the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose. And it was raining this hard, too. Certainly would have been possible for Ken-kun to fail to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。
Instead of arguing around here, it'd be faster to just check it out directly.
兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
Haniki, why don't we race over there?
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？
Guys, there's maybe a lost child. Let's just go. All right? Yeah, let's just go. Let's, you know, a 9-year-old in the rain, potentially lost. Let's just go. Let's not let's not have this moment. Oh, people. Okay. Oh, do you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years?
よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。
Okay, let's settle this.
行こう。
Go! Go! George, Anika, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Ken-kun followed us. Maria! If you're there, answer me! Maria!
ローザおばさんだ。
What's that? It's not... Oh, fuck. What's that fucking... Heavy rain? Jason! Is it Jason? Jason! Jason! It's Aunt Rosa.
おばさん。
Hey, Aunt Rosa. When George and Iki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him.
マリアはどこ？
Where's Maria?
ジョージ君たちと一緒じゃないの？
Isn't she with you? No.
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
Don't put that on us, Rosa. Don't put that on us. No, we didn't meet with Maria-chan after that. Alright, my turn. Maria! Screen shake. 6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. She was a cute and pure kid who just accepted whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be?
Maria!
Maria! As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella. Oh, well, that was anticlimactic. Holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Ooh. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirtied with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria, are you still looking? Ooh. Can't find it. Can't find my rose. Ooh. Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. Bachelor-kun! Thank goodness you found her. Maria! No, Rosa. I don't want your apologies anymore. I don't want them. I don't want them. I don't want to hear them. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria. I have, even if it's a fictional story, I have little patience for a parent who abuses their child and then tries to apologize soon after. Little patience. Ooh. It's not here. My rose isn't here. I'll look for it with you later. Okay? So just put it on hold for today. Okay? Ooh. Put it on hold for today. It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Canon caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately. Maria! Were you here this whole time? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being... Oh. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother. Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria will catch a cold. You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, Grandfather will be mad. Hungry. Hungry. It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding out, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go search together. There's no way a rose is withstanding the typhoon. The typhoon-like winds. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. And she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner. I love the calf steak. Very important detail. For dinner, she started chanting, I'm hungry, ooh, and returned to her usual spirited self. Just a bundle of energy. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, ooh, ooh. I see. So she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff. I didn't bring an umbrella. What? Then how'd you get that wet umbrella you're holding? I borrowed it. Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give it up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter, then decided to at least give her an umbrella. That feels very ominous. Those couple of lines there. Just a rando stranger gave her an umbrella? Yeah? Yeah? Uh-huh. Yep. We're, okay. Okay. Oh, now I'm unconvinced. I'm just feeling like everything in this game is like there's a point to everything. Every word I'm reading. I see.
その人にお礼を言わないとね。
I'll have to thank that person.
誰？
Who was it? Beatrice. What? That was a weird music sting too. It did the wah. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood. Really?
そう。
Oh,
よかったわね。
I got too excited. I got too excited. I read ahead of it. Really? That's wonderful.
それで誰なの？
So, who was it?
傘を持ってきてくれた人は。
Who brought you that umbrella?
ベアート
Beatrice. Ooh. Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Good stuff.
お父さん、
Father,
せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。
please at least join us for dinner.
これでは親族会議になりません。
It won't be a family conference otherwise. Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard.
金蔵さん、
Kinzo-san,
せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。
won't you at least come out for dinner?
あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。
All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they?
黙れ南條。
Silence, Nanjo.
ビショップが聞かぬか。
So, the bishop won't work?
言って足りぬ。
One move too short. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、
Kinzo-san,
私も腹が減った。
I also hungry. I'm hungry myself.
下に降りて食事をせんか。
Why don't we go down and eat?
ならばお前だけで行くといい。
Go by yourself if that's what you want.
私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。
Let me consider this next move for a little longer.
今夜で決着をつけてやる。
We are going to finish it tonight.
さもなくばお前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないからな。
Otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends. Excuse me? This Kinzo is just like, he is, whether it's true or not, accurate or not, he's like, this black magic shit, this thing I'm cooking, the world is ending in his eyes. He's like, this is it. This is it. Nanjo rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish it tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately, I thought it was a different word, he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo.
親父殿は
His father.
お役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。
I'm sorry I couldn't be of service.
今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting,
お父さん、聞こえますか？
Father, can you hear me?
私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。
We're heading down now, but please join us anytime you feel like it.
息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
All of your children are waiting for you. And Kinzo says, fuck off. His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。
What a sentence here. Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. Why is that line so funny to me? God, if I get to be old and I have a family and grandchildren and such, I want one of my final lines to be, neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. I'll remember this moment of me sitting, playing Umineko, and I'll say, I need to say this line to myself.
私がここを出るのは、ベアトリーチが蘇る時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。
I will only leave here if Beatrice is resurrected, or if I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key.
もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。
Yeah, okay, Grandpa. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. I wouldn't say all this. I would stop at the interest part.
今さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
What meaning does dinner have at this point? As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。
Father says he's still not feeling well.
年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
He truly regrets missing this once-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family. I don't think that's true at all, sir. And your lie is not convincing me. Even Rudolph sniggered. Snickered. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way to show signs of regret, and none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。
Then why don't we start dinner? Question mark.
始めたまえ。
Goda, begin.
かしこまりました。
Oh, we haven't seen Goda in a while. Look at this cheery old face. Yeah, serve me a calf steak. I'm excited. Certainly.
それでは始めさせていただきます。
Well then, if you allow me. When Goda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら？
May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed.
傘？
An umbrella?
何の話？
What's this about?
その、さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して。
A short while back, Maria was in the rose garden when it started raining.
誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
And she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them.
俺たちじゃねえぜ。
It wasn't one of us.
ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
After you left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat that whole time. I love how he audibly has to be like, oh yeah, it was friendly.
そうやで。
Haha, that's right, friendly.
あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
Even after that, the siblings had a really friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. So even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフとあと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
At the very least, it couldn't have been me, Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kairi-san.
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。
We were together the whole time, even after Natsui, Nissan, and Rosa-san left.
食事の時間までずっとね。
The whole time until the meal started.
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。
Nissan went up to the study with Genji-san to call father.
私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。
At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall.
だから私たちではないわね。
So it wasn't one of us.
傘を貸すなんて親切。使用人の誰かじゃないの？
Couldn't it have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella?
じゃあ郷田さん？
So is you, Goda-san.
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので。
I've been in the kitchen the whole time preparing.
申し訳ございません。
My sincere apologies. Goda looks slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. Show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres.
じゃあ熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら。
Then what about Kumasawa-san or Shannon-chan?
はい。
Yes?
何か粗相がございましたでしょうか。
Has something gone wrong? Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the one responsible for some error.
違うよ。
It isn't like that.
マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。
It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the Rose Garden.
誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。
After that, someone lent her an umbrella.
ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいって言うのさ。
After that, someone... nope, just already read that. Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person. Just repeat the same line over and over.
ああ。ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice. Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Dude, if they don't start believing her it's Beatrice, she's gonna have another temper tantrum. Then, we're gonna see Rosa... maybe smack her again, which... uncomfortable. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled.
私たちでもございませんよ。
It wasn't us.
私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
Shannon-san and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside.
はい。
Yes.
気が利かなくてすみません。
I'm sorry I wasn't able to be of assistance.
部屋の準備
Preparing the rooms?
とは何のことかね。
What do you mean by that? Oh, hello. Yo, back.
この雨ですから。
Because of the rain?
客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って。
We thought it would be troublesome for all the guests to return to the guest house.
使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
So the servants were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion.
あら、気が利くじゃない。
Really? How thoughtful.
そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
Which episode is this? Someone else in the stream asked me what episode this was too, and I was like, I don't 100% know to answer this because, as far as I understand, episodes aren't just brought up on the screen, episode numbers. So I can only say, as far as I know, again, without potentially spoiling myself of anything, It's the first day they're on the island. A little after 6 p.m. Gathering for dinner. That is the best. That's the best answer I can potentially give. I don't know what episode that would be. 2, 3, 7, 15. Early. Can I say early? Does that make sense? And that's not me trying to be standoffish or anything. I only bring up that someone else had asked me about what episode, because it's like, it makes me think of two things. Either one, either I'm dumb and I should be keeping track somehow, which I fear, or two, I'm just missing something. But it's early on. I'm like, what, maybe like 10, 11, 12 hours in or so. Although everyone's telling me I'm going super slow anyway, because that's just what I do with games, and also because I'm letting all the voices be played out before reading everything. So there's also that. Let's see. Really, how thoughtful? Yes. It certainly would be rude to chase us outside in this rain. Could you give it a rest? Yes.
奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。
After receiving the order from Madam, Kumasawa-san, Kanon-kun, and I started preparing the rooms.
そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため。
Then it became time for dinner, so Genji-sama ordered Kanon-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children.
ええ。
Yes.
ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときにマリアさんを見つけて傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか?
So did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella? Oh shit, she's summoning a storm! You're upsetting Maria! You fools! Ooh. Wrong! The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately. Then, was it you, Natsuhi-san? I'm sorry.
私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、頭痛がひどかったので自分の部屋で休んでいました。
After everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I've been resting in my room. Dude, if there's like one character in this game that I very much associate with and relate to, it's not Suhi, just because her portrait just always her holding her head and just her always talking about how she has a headache. Especially after like social interactions and everything. I'm like, yeah, same. That's me. I'm on screen. Therefore, I did not go outside. Then who was it? George-kun and the kids? That can't be right. No, it wasn't us. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time. Actually, we thought Maria had just gone back to the mansion with you.
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。
Then Kanon-kun came, and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's when we first realized she wasn't in the mansion.
第一俺だったら、傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large. Of course, it wasn't me.
雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて、ついさっきまで一緒にチェスをしておりました。
Right after it began raining, I visited Kinzo-san's room. I was playing chess with him until just now.
ということは、おじい様でもないよね。
Which means that it also wasn't grandfather.
なんだなんだ
Wait a sec.
妙な話になってきたぜ。
Isn't this starting to get a bit weird?
あと残るのは誰だ
Who's left?
じゃあ誰？
Then who was it?
源氏さん？
Genji-san? Huh?
ちょっと待って。
Um,
勘違いしないでくれる？
wait a second. Don't get me wrong.
別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。
It's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything.
雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
All I want to do is, as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting. Oh man, if they only just listened to Maria. Just believe her. Just believe her. And then enjoy steak. That's all you gotta do. That's what I would do. I'd be like, oh, case closed. Let's have some steak. Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who has lent the umbrella? That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked. Of course. Rudolph-kun has got it right. I read that weird. Let me try again. Rudolph-kun here's got it right. Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella? Beatrice. There's a nice little doink sound added to that. Can I? There's like a little, like, badoink as she said that. The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter. I see. So Beatrice, the witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a lovely story. Rosa, there you have it. Clearly I'm uncomfortable about everything here. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? Ooh. Just like Uncle Kraus said. Beatrice, let me borrow it. Isn't that wonderful? We should all be jealous of such purity. What do you think, everyone? Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed. How did that work? Does that mean a witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella? Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to make jokes? If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving. No way. She's always been frank and serious. She's the sort who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies.
マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
I've never even heard of her cracking a joke. Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあマリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら、
So,
間違いなくベアトリーチェなのか。
so if Maria says she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that must mean it really was Beatrice.
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。
We're talking about Maria here, so I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke.
額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
It might be best to take what she says at face value.
じゃあなんだよ。
Then what's going on?
源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行ってやったっていうのか。
Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria that umbrella? Oh, dude, I would love to see Genji just do that. He just puts on a nice little dress.
そんなことは知らねえぜ。
I'm not sure about that.
私が聞きたいくらいさ。
Actually, that's what I want to know. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. And the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran to Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen.
源氏さんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
Oh, it's Genji-san. Did you lend Maria-san an umbrella?
傘
An umbrella?
何のことだ？
What are you talking about?
はい。
Well,
雨が降り出した時にマリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、
I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was left alone in the rose garden.
そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、
It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there,
それがどなたかわからないのです。
but we don't know who it was.
僕じゃないよ。
It wasn't me.
マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだからね。
After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house.
バトラ様が最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
When Badler-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella.
申し訳ないが、それは私でもない。
My apologies, but it was not me either.
じゃあまさか
Then, could it actually be
親方様？
the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれている時、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason, when he just happened to see Maria-sama in the rose garden without even an umbrella.
親方様は
The master.
マリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
Ooh, that's awkward. Is not particularly fond of Maria-sama.
同感だね。
I agree.
親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって傘をお持ちくださるとは考えられないよ。
I can't imagine that for Maria-sama's sake, he would go to all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella.
あら、困りましたわね。
Oh my, how troublesome.
では、マリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは、
Does-
本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに？
Does that mean the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice-sama? Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、
Okay, everyone.
ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。
When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is essential.
すぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。
Please immediately see to setting out the soup.
源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Genji-san, The women in the middle are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in their way. Breaths. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal. Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry and prepare the dinner table. Come now, there's no time. Don't dawdle. Hurry. Fuck Goda. All my friends hate Goda. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it towards the kitchen.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。
Then please allow us to return to the kitchen.
ゴーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
After all, Goda-san's temper is very short.
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Please excuse me as well. Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt.
Genji-sama.
Genji-sama.
ベアトリーチェ様が本当に
Did Beatrice-sama
お戻りになられたのでしょうか
really return? I don't know.
親方様にお知らせしますか
Shall I inform the master? That is not necessary. If she truly has returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Furthermore, she is a fickle person. It would be pointless to... It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear.
親方様の儀式はすでに始まっているということでしょうか
I wonder if this means the master's ceremony has already begun. Probably. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we received from the master until our final moments. Yes.
それが僕たち家具の
That is furniture's
務めです
duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. Whoa! Spooky! The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokenjima was ruled by another master, not the Ishiromiya family. Did the master take pity on Maria when she was alone, and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Kennen looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kennen forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere. But any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Sorbet. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as the final dish was presented. But I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent, the weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My.
せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐も、こうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
What a waste that the dinner Goda worked so hard to create has met with such a gloomy atmosphere.
まったくね。
Yes, absolutely.
今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
It just feels like nothing would taste good today.
ほう。どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。
I'd like to know why you feel that way.
心が晴れ晴れできるよう、兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
It's a weird way of putting that. Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother to help cheer you up. Aunt Ava grimaced slightly. I already heard. That's how I started that sentence. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it's pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Both Aunt Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy.
そう
Really?
私はそうは思いませんよ。
I don't think so. I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It isn't something kids like you need to worry about, Badler-kun. Isn't that right, Natsui-san? Kairi-san? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kairi-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while his kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. Family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kairi-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そういう話よ。
We were talking about how the kids' careers would turn out.
バトラ君は将来はどうするの？
Such as what lies in your future, Badler-kun.
ぼんやりと大学進学？
Will you just drift on to college?
そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? Hey, wait a sec.
キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
Kairi-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well and we'll all end up getting constipated. Constipation.
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。
That's right, that's right. We were talking about Badler-kun's and Jessica-chan's careers.
将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
You gotta think seriously about the future. Mario. Hideyoshi heartily agreed, as if there really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kairi-san had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, Kairi-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, and she was probably right. Taking this into accord, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Aunt Eva and Dad's bad moods. Eva? Ava? I think I've said both during this whole series. And Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner in my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions. Ooh! George Oni-chan, is dinner over now? Over? Yes.
これでおしまいだよ。
With this, dinner is finished.
はしてないわよ。
Don't be rude.
お席について落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Stay in your seat and calmly drink up. Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George Niki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior. What's that?
どこから持ってきたの?
Where did you get it? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Badler noticed too. Oh, are we getting interesting now? Are we building interest? They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ishiromiya family crest, the one-winged angel, Oh, I did it again! Oh, I didn't even think about it. The one-winged eagle. Dude, I said angel, and I thought I said eagle. And then I was going to make the joke about the one-winged angel. But I said angel. Thus making the joke still true that I cannot read anything. Oh, my brain. The one-winged eagle was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank.
Maria-chan, それは何?
Maria-chan, what is that? It seemed that Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
What happened, Natsui-san?
それ
What?
何?
Is that Maria?
あなた、それをどこで拾ったの?
Where did you pick that up?
その封筒は
That envelope has
金蔵さんの
Kinzo-san's. When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. Nope. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ishiromiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo. What is an envelope like that doing here?
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
Now that's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us.
ちょいと足に見せてみ。
Just let me have a peek.
ダメ、マリアが読むの。
No way. I'll read it.
マリアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
I was told to read it to everyone. Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。
Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child.
マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの?
Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope? Ooh! I was gonna joke. I was gonna joke. She's just gonna say she got it from Beatrice. I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. I'm the witch's messenger. Ooh.
Messenger?
Messenger?
この島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. Barrow tried to joke about it, but no one laughed.
それで中には何て書いてあるのかしら? Maria-chan?
I wonder what's written inside of it. Maria-chan? Ooh. Gonna read it. Ooh. Not ominous at all. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table, where Natsui, Kairi, and Nanjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Yoshiromiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest. This is the family head's personal crest. I know it from the letters I've received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wax seal. But aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that crest? For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo-san have used it? No, Kinzo-san would always use a ring on his finger, his proof of the Yoshiromiya family headship when he sealed the wax. This shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal. That is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone used that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father. I agree with Aniki. No matter how much the seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove that it's the real thing. So it doesn't prove this envelope came from him. I absolutely agree. I cannot approve of arbitrarily deciding that this letter came from father based solely on the wax seal. Dr. Nancho, couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words? I apologize. It was not my place to speak. One after another, all the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessary from Kinzo. Now, here's where I'm starting to go insane, because if I am literally anyone in this room, including Maria, I would not be waiting this long to just read the contents of the letter. Just fucking read it. Then determine who it could come from, you know? But again, I digress. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there. And that it might be some announcement. I guess that, okay, so they're trying to get technical because they don't want to hear, if it is like a will, like that we discussed about earlier on in this game. If it's a will, they're like, hey, we don't want to immediately just read this and take it as fact, because if it says something we don't like, we want to be able to easily disregard it. So in theory, I guess in their head, they're like, well, if we disregard it from the get-go before we even read it, then us saying no to it already looks good because we're not saying that we're disagreeing with it just because of its contents, you know? Whatever. And then it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them. Maria. The person who gave you that envelope was the same person who lent you that umbrella, right? Ooh. I don't know what means. Is it true? Yes. So, in other words, the witch
傘と一緒にマリアちゃんにその封筒を
Beatrice gave Maria-chan that envelope along with the umbrella. Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に私も同感です。
I agree with my husband.
得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。
It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person.
読むにも値します。
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。な。
それでマリアはベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
いいじゃないの皆さん。これはおじいさまの封筒ではなくベアトリーチェの封筒。誰が書いたのかはともかく中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
そうやな。お父さんが書いたとは限らんが中身が気になるんは事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。謝るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
マリア。
I just realized I had muted myself, and then I thought I had hit the unmute button, and then I didn't. That is awkward as hell. Okay, let me... You know what? For the sake of... I had muted myself because I sneezed, and then I thought I unmuted. My perfection. It's ruined. Where did I stop? Let me see. Okay, so on like OBS, I literally just muted myself quickly because of the sneeze, and then thought I'd clicked back it back on the audio, my audio, microphone. Oh, this is back as far as I can go. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so Jessica made that noise, I assume. Maria nodded forcefully. I agree with my husband. It's a dubious letter handed over by me, but a suspicious person isn't worth reading. I swear to God, like I fucking clicked the audio and I saw it come back on, so I don't know what happened. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with reading it right. Battler said to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but not so he heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. And then Beatrice, this was Jessica, told you to read after the meal was over, right, Maria? And then Maria says, yeah, with her noise. It's okay, everyone. This was Kyrie. This envelope didn't come from grandfather, but from Beatrice, regardless of who actually wrote it. Why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide? And then this was Hideyoshi. That's right, even if father didn't necessarily write it. I'd still like to know what's written inside. Marie-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier. And then I apologize, so we read out loud in front of everyone. All right. I'm so sorry. That's so awkward. There's going to be like a solid like minute or a minute and a half where there's just silence on my end. And I'm just scrolling through the text and you just hear the wind blowing. My perfect stream! Gotta make myself laugh. Okay, we're fine. Everything's great now. Maria, read it. Ooh! As all of the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle. Did I hear like a grandfather clock in the background now? Tick-tocking away? Do you think it really did come from Dad? Impossible. Whenever fathers announced something to us in the past, he would always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct?
このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
I cannot believe that he would use such a joke-like approach.
そうよ。
That's right.
マリアをメッセンジャーに？
Maria? A messenger?
それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。
That definitely doesn't suit father's tastes.
ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し
Just let her
芸なんで
read
し
the
ょ？
letter! Just let her fucking read it, dude. Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show? Honestly, if I'm an adult in the room, I'm like, if we maybe, just maybe, if we let her read the fucking thing, we'll immediately be able, we'll just be able to deduce who the hell wrote it or gave it to her. Just a thought. Just a thought. But no. Let's ponder a bit more, shall we? Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show?
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
Maria isn't really a kid who'd be capable of something so thoughtful. You see, she's dumb. Gonna read it. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Everyone went suddenly silent.
六軒島へようこそ、後ろ宮家の皆様方。
The hell is this music track? Oh shit. Oh, I'm getting down. We got like fake bongos going. Oh, we got the plucks at the violin thing going. Just making up instruments. Boink, boink. Oh, it's like I'm going through like a shitty haunted house right now. And they have like a boombox playing this track. And you have some like skeletons like banging on their ribcage or something producing these noises. I guess I should read it. Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ishiromiya family.
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております。当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinzo-sama himself.
そんなアホな。
Huh, that's crazy.
黙って。
Quiet.
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。
Is Maria like channeling her? I've served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract.
よって本日をもちまして、当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことを、どうかご了承くださいませ。
Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth.
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
How foolish. What nonsense.
聞くに耐えません。
I can't stand to listen to it.
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。
And now, there's one part of the contract that must be explained to all present.
私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。
I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms.
その条件とは、契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること。
One of these terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract.
そして利息として後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ishiromiya family as interest.
むちゃくちゃや。
Ridiculous.
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
It's been ridiculous from the very beginning.
要するにあれだろ？
So it's basically one of those things, right?
よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ？
Doesn't it sound just like one of those contracts with the devil?
ほんで契約がおしまいってことになるから利子を回収に来たってわけだ。
The contract has expired, so they've come to collect the interest.
いいんや長年の退職金のつもりかな。
Is she trying to grab some retirement money for her old age or something?
ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。
What a cheeky witch.
バトラ君、今は茶化さない方がいい。
Battler-kun, now isn't the time to joke around. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? A wacky face like that accompanies that sound effect. Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed.
これだけをお聞きならば、皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。
After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely ruthless.
しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため、特別な条項を追加されました。
However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor.
その条項が満たされた時に限り、私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity.
特別な条項
A special clause?
それは何よ。
What is it?
特別条項。
Special clause.
契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。
Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulate interest upon the termination of the contract.
ただし、隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、
However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract,
ベアトリーチェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。
Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time.
利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、
The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of the special clause,
すでに回収した分も含めてすべてお返しいたします。
I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected.
なお、回収の手始めとしてすでに後ろ宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後ろ宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。
Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I've taken possession of the Yoshiromiya family's head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Yoshiromiya family headship from one individual to another. Also, that just now makes sense to me. That was the ring, I think, that he threw out the window there during the storm, the start of the storm. And then I would assume that that's how she made the seal and the wax in the first place. I only just now put that together. That's how slow I am.
封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal.
これがそうだというのか。
Are they trying to claim that that's the meaning behind this seal?
親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
That father would relinquish his ring is unthinkable. Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if trying to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感は感じ取りました。
Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger. Alright, what the hell, Nanjo? Like, if you have a feeling that something was missing from his finger, and you couldn't place that the ring wasn't there this time? Come on, man. What do you mean? He's like, oh, I noticed something was off with his finger specifically. What else would it be? You fool!
Nanjo sensei!
Dr. Nanjo!
おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
Don't say something so careless just because of a vague memory. Also, I'm a big fan of, like, the shock and horror in this face.
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。
We can't prove its authenticity here.
本当に指輪をおじい様は誰かに手渡したのか。この手紙が本当の話かどうかはおじい様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
Only by asking Father directly can we determine whether he really handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth.
そうね。
That's right.
キリエさんの言う通りだわ。
It's just as Kairi-san says.
果たして
Do you really think
金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。
Kinzo-san will tell you?
あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
After all, that person's thoughts sometimes surpass the bounds of common sense.
どの道ざれ言の息を出んね。
No matter what happens, it's still nonsense.
第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。
In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks.
ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
I've already heard enough talk of that gold from the rest of you.
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。
But this is the witch speaking, right?
黄金を見つけた者に家督とすべての財産を引き渡すってね。
About how the inheritance and all the assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right?
つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。
So maybe Beatrice-sama's father's legal advisor are in charge of his funds.
このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
Oh, we can't possibly trust some strange person who entrusts such a suspicious paper to a child.
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。
Aniki, we need you to be frank with us.
兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしているようなことはあり得るのか？
Is it possible Dad's assets are being managed by someone you don't know?
いや、それはない。
No, that's impossible.
私は当主代行として親父殿のすべての財産を把握している。
As the family head's representative, I control all of Father's assets.
私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it.
じゃあつまりクラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
So this must mean there are some assets you don't control, right, Kraus-Nissan?
バカな。そんなものあるわけがない。
How foolish. Such assets could not possibly exist.
あるわよ。
Oh, but there is such a thing.
兄さんが把握していないお父様の資産。
An asset of Father's that you don't control?
そんなものあるわけがありません。
There's no way such a thing could exist.
いや、あるで。
No, it does.
それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し黄金や。
It's Father's. No, Beatrice is hidden gold.
話を整頓しよう。
Let's keep it simple.
つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいた。
In short, Dad had some trusted confidant that Aniki doesn't even know about.
そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。
Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold.
あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪か。
Or, could be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract.
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということなのかしら。
Could it be that this confidant called Beatrice is trying to test which of Kinzo's children is most worthy to be financed by her gold? Kairi's question was one that of all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved that puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. Clearly specified that everything of the Ishiromiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait.
条件は碑文を読むことができる者すべてに公平に。
The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph.
黄金を暴けたなら私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。
If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you.
それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。
Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest.
今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。
I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant.
黄金のベアトリーチェ
Beatrice the Golden.
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。
Father, I know you can hear me.
返事をしてください。
Please respond. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Eva. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down in the dining hall was reproduced here. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face.
皆さんがお呼びですが、
Everyone is calling for you.
いかがいたしますか？
But what should I do?
捨ておけ。
Leave them.
神と我が晩餐は沈黙を尊ぶ。
God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue.
黙らせます。
Should I silence them?
必要ない。
There's no need.
我が耳には届いておらぬ。
It does not even reach my ears. Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind, and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth. Muth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
Marina-sama apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they went to test its authenticity.
あやつめ、早速始めおったか。
Has she started already then?
さあ、ベアトリーチェ。
Come, Beatrice.
かけるコインに不足はあるまい。
I have no shortage of coins to be wagered.
存分に今宵を楽しもうではないか。
Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest?
負ける気はないぞ。
I don't think I'll lose.
お前の微笑みは永遠に私のものだ。
Your smile will be mine for all eternity.
もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も我が命すらも惜しくはない。
If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life.
さて、ルーレットは回り始めた。
Well then, the roulette has begun to spin.
ボールはどのポケットに落ちるのか。
Which pocket will the ball fall into?
ノワールか、ルージュか。
Noir? Rouge?
それとも親の総取りか。
Or house takes all?
さあ始めるがいい、ベアトリーチェ。
Come, you may begin, Beatrice.
私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
I'll show you the power of miracles once more. Ah. Bing bong. 9. 10. Long exhale. And unfortunately, this is what the business calls a cliffhanger. I think we end there for today. Now, as I said at the top, and I'll go a little more into detail, I'm very close to finishing Valkyria Chronicles. I'm in the home stretch of that game. So that's probably going to be finished somewhat shortly, relatively shortly, in the next so many days. That was the main game I was playing a lot during like the actual week. So if I finish that, then that of course opens up then potential streams during the week for both potentially this, if I can get my act together, and I'm okay with doing like potentially 1 to 2 hour streams of it during the week, or also Disco Elysium, which we're going to get to Disco Elysium here today, after I close this out. Because beginning of April, I'll be gone for like a week. Obviously, no streams will be happening then. I'm taking a vacation of sorts. So I won't be streaming. And I probably don't want to start like a big old another thing on top of what I've already got kind of going. So I'm probably, basically, I'm saying this all to say that come once I finish Valkyria Chronicles, the weeknight streams will probably open up. So I would say as even though I've been mostly keeping to Umineko here during Saturday streams, there's a chance that you'll see a bit more of these potentially shorter weeknight streams. Just be aware that those are probably just going to be like, those streams are always shorter just by the general nature, since they're weeknights and I gotta, work and eat and sleep. So, just explaining that, because pretty much until my vacation week, I don't want to start like another large thing. So if anything, it's just going to be until then, Disco Elysium and Umineko, unless I find like something super short I want to do over the course of maybe a couple days. But that's just an explanation of sorts. So I will be right back. I'm going to say before I forget, this was a solid 4 hours of Umineko, though. I must say, I think I've approached, at least in my opinion, peak interest here. What is this Beatrice witch planning? What is she doing? What is she doing? But also a good place to end, because I love ending on great little bookmarks here. So I'm gonna BRB. I'll throw up a BRB again, and we'll get Disco Elysium loaded up, and we'll play that for a couple hours or so. So be right back.